All right, all right. Okay, so we're just going to few minutes to finish this installation. Still going. Give it a few more minutes to finish the installation. Okay, so just a couple quick things before we get started. First, I want to distinguish the package manager to make sure that our project is compatible with all of the dependencies that we'll be using in the project. So I'm going to grab some boiler code from one of my repositories. So what we'll do first is inside of the package.json, I'm just going to distinguish the package manager so that this is backwards compatible. The latest version of Next is compatible with all of the dependencies that I'll be using. So this is something that you definitely want to do to ensure that the project is capable to handle any dependency of the packages that we'll be using. The last thing we'll do, well, the second to last thing we'll do really quick is we'll remove the boiler code from the page.tsx file inside of the app directory, which is the root file of the project. We'll replace that div that's within the return statement with the new div and add homepage within it. We can close out that file. Last, inside of the global.css, going to just remove the boiler CSS that's within this file except for the tailwind configuration. And then we'll add a little bit of styling to set the HTML, the body, and the root of the project to all have a height of 100%, a width of 100%, and we'll also set the text to small. Instead of it being in root, let's do this. We'll add a comma after roots and we'll say .app. Then we'll set the height to 100%, the width to 100%, and the text size, apply text small, so that the size of the text will be small and it is not too large and a little easier to view on screen. So first up, what I want to do is install Prisma and connect to the database, and we'll also use that time to go ahead and set up the authentication. So to get started in the terminal, let's type in the command npm-d Prisma and press enter. Make sure I spell Prisma right. Type in npm-d Prisma, press enter. And after Prisma, we'll need to install the Prisma client. So that's npm at prisma/client and press enter. And this is what's going to allow us to run functions to interact with the database. And then now to initialize Prisma and to set up the Prisma directory, we'll type npx prisma init and press enter. And we got this message within the terminal, and we also have received the Prisma schema, the Prisma directory and the schema.prisma file. So let's go ahead and set up our connection to vercel. So we'll go to vercel. And once you get to vercel.com, you'll need to log in. Typically, you'll just log in with your GitHub. I'm sure most of you watching already have one. Once logged in, you'll be redirected to the overview window. And you can use this same project. You can run this project on the free tier. I actually have a paid tier. But what you'll do from the overview window is click on storage. And we're going to create a database. And what we'll be creating is a serverless Postgres Neon database. We'll click create. And to name the database, to select, first you'll be asked to select the region that is closest to you. And from there, we'll select the free tier and click continue. We'll then need to name the database, and we'll just name it anything that you like. I'm going to name it my Crud blog and click create. From here, we can click done, and we'll be redirected to the My Crud blog overview window. From this screen, let's scroll down to where it says quick start, and we'll click copy snippet. If we head back to VS Code and go to the root of the directory, click on the .env file, and we actually can copy everything within this file and delete it, then replace it with what we just copied from vercel. Now we'll need to go back to the vercel database, and next we can click on storage again, because we'll also need to set up a blob in order to hold our project. So we'll click on create database, and we're going to select the blob, click continue. The name of this, we'll name it my Crud blog blob, and then click create. From this window, the first thing I want to do is install the vercel blob. Excuse me. So if we just copy @vercel/blob, copy it and go back to the terminal and type npm I and then paste in the @vercel blob, press enter. That's going to install that dependency, which is going to allow us to use the vercel blob. And if we go back to the vercel site, we'll click on .env.local and we'll click copy snippet. Inside of the .env file, let's paste in the snippet that we just copied. And for right now, we'll go ahead and close this out. It's going to ask if you want to save it. Be sure that you do save it, because we need the environment variables that's going to be stored within that file. And then now, once we have the database, environment variables, and packages installed within the next app, the next thing I want to do is go ahead and add in the authentication. For that, we're going to be using authjs. And from the authjs documentation under Get Started, we want to click on Next.js. And we'll start by installing the authjs at beta. While that's installing, we'll then need to add the auth secret to the .env file. So we'll just copy the auth secret variable that's listed. We'll go to .env, and you can just make up anything for the secret. There's actually a recommended package to run to set up a unique identifier. For this project, I'm not too concerned with it, but if you're going to deploy this, or when you do deploy a project in the future, be sure to have a good thorough secret that no one can guess. And I'm just going to make sure that this is installed. Yeah, next office there. Cool. Next, need to add a auth.ts file in the root of the app. And then we'll need to add the route handler and a route.ts file. We'll just copy. Go ahead and just copy this route as listed up to API / API, excuse me. And inside of the app directory, we'll add a folder. Sorry, not the slash. Paste it in. And then while the more arrow is pointed down, we'll add a route.ts. And we can copy the snippet as listed on screen. I'm not going to worry about any middleware. And then for authentication, we're going to use OAuth, and we'll be using the Google OAuth provider. So the first thing we'll need to do is register a OAuth application with Google. So we'll go to google.com and we'll search for the Google console. Press enter. We'll click sign in. We'll go to my console. And from here, you should be redirected to the Cloud Console, where if you've already set up a Google Cloud previously, you may already have a few listed, as I do. If you click on a project, I already have several listed. But I think I'll just go ahead and set a new one up. So we'll click on New Project, and we'll name the app Blog Live Blog Crud Blog. Create. Okay, and I'm just going to select it so that it'll automatically load once it is ready. Okay, and from here, we'll click on the arrow and we'll go API. We want to set up a OAuth consent screen that is per the documentation. Let's get started. We'll just name this live blog. Support email, we're just going to use the same email that's logged in. We'll make this available to external. There's the same email there. Send it and click create. And we'll click create OAuth client. And we're creating a web application. We can keep the same name as listed. For the authorized JavaScript origin, we're going to add the URL, which is going for us, which is going to be http://localhost 3000. I'm just going to copy that. And then for the authorized redirects, we're going to have localhost 3000 / and we want to go back and grab API/auth/callback/Google. And we'll paste it in. And then the second is the HTTP. We'll click save. And then now we'll need to capture the client ID and secret, because that's what needs to be saved within the .env file. So I'm just going to copy this. We'll close out the route.ts. We actually won't need that again. Go to the root of the project, and we can just paste in those variables. And then now we need the client ID, which we can just copy. Okay. And we'll need to set the secret. We can just copy it. Save it, close it out. And I think that should be everything. I think that should care for it. If not, we can always come back to it. So we'll just click the back arrow for right now. The next step is to bring in Google into the auth.ts. And for providers, we're just going to use Google. We've already set our routes. Now we'll need to add a sign in and sign out button. So in the root of our project, we'll add a directory named components. And in components, we'll add a folder named header. And also in components, let's add a folder named form. Inside of the header, let's add a file named header.tsx. And also within header, we'll add a file named signin.btn.tsx. And we'll add a file named signout-btn.tsx. So in the header, we'll create an RFC snippet to create a functional component. We're using that since I'm using VS Code. And instead of having a lowercase h for header, we'll change it to upper. And then now back inside of the documentation, we're just going to copy the sign in button, and we can directly paste that in to the signin.btn that we have listed on screen. And I'll worry about changing this later. And then for sign out, we're going to paste in sign in, and just make a few changes. So we're going to import sign out, which is being destructured from @/auth. The name of this function is going to be sign and in uppercase O for out. And we're going to await sign out. We'll remove Google. And instead of it reading sign in with Google, we're just going to delete a lot of that and just have sign out. So that takes care of that. And then now let's go back into the header that we just created. And for right now, I just want to get something on screen. I'm not going to worry too much about styling it. So because this is a server component and we're using the server to access the authentication, we're going to need to make this an asynchronous function. So we'll go ahead and add async. And then within the const header, we'll create a const named session and set it equal to await. And if you begin to type in auth, you should get the recommendation of @/auth. We want to bring that in. Be sure to call it. And then just to get something on screen, we're going to remove the div and replace it with the header tag. And within that header, we'll add another div. For the header, let's give it some styling. So we'll add class name. We'll go border bottom. We'll set the width to full. The border color will be neutral 100. And we'll give some padding on the Y of 200. And then inside of this div, we'll give it a class name of MX auto. So the margins are set to auto. We'll say flex and we'll keep it as a row. We want the items to be centered on the X axis. We'll set it to be justified between. And the maximum width of this is going to be max width screen extra large. We'll give some padding on the X and a little bit on the Y as well. So this first div will represent the logo within this div. So we'll go div and we'll add logo and we'll come back and add that later. And now the second div is going to represent the mobile menu and the authentication. So in this portion, we're going to say flex item centered and we'll say space on the X of 1. This first div will be the mobile menu or desktop, but we'll set the conditional rendering later. And then also within this div, I'm just going to say session. If there's a session, we know we're going to show the sign out button. And if you begin to type in or begin to import the sign out, although we haven't imported it or begin to use sign out, I should say, you'll get a recommendation of /sign out, which is the sign out button that we just created. And then within that JavaScript, we'll say if there is not a session, then we want to show sign in. And that also is going to come from /sign out. So just to do a quick review, we set up the header. We created a div to give it a maximum width and also set the direction to flex and center the items on the X-axis. On the far left, we're going to have a logo. On the right, we're going to have the mobile menu in addition to a sign in or sign out button in the event we have a session. So in theory, we should be able to test this out really quickly. Let me see if we can without connecting to the database. So I'm just going to type in npm run dev to start the server on localhost. And according to the docs, there isn't anything else that should be needed. So we'll give it just a moment to finish installing. It is still going. So we'll go ahead and go to localhost and give it a moment. All right, so for right now, let's go ahead and bring the header in. I'm just going to add it for right now, to the home page itself. So slightly above the text home page, begin to bring in header. And then you should get a recommendation of @/components. That's the correct header. We'll click save, go back to localhost, and we see the header on screen. So I'm going to click sign in with Google, being redirected to sign in. We'll click continue. See the name of the site's live blog. And now we see sign out. So we know that the authentication is working. So now what we want to do is persist, or to store this user in the database, so we can keep track of signed up and signed out users. So I'm just going to click sign out to make sure it redirects properly, and it does. So within the header, we could just remove the image. And let's begin to store our users. For this project, we're going to be using the Prisma adapter. So in the authjs documentation, scroll down to where it reads adapters, then click Prisma. And we actually can just stop the server for right now. Shouldn't matter, but we'll just stop it for right now. Click clear. We've already installed Prisma, but I'm just going to install the client again in addition to the auth Prisma adapter. And while it's installing, we're going to install Prisma again. And once that one is finished, we'll go ahead and paste in the code that we just copied. So we've already added the database URL. We do need to add the Prisma function that's going to allow us to interact with the database and use our schemas throughout the project. So we can just copy this code as written. And we'll go to VS Code in the terminal, in the root of our project. We'll add a directory named lib, and in it a file named prisma.ts. And we can just paste in the code that we just copied, close it out. And then in the auth.ts file, we'll need to bring in the Prisma adapter. So I'll just copy this as listed on the screen. Go to auth.ts. We'll import the Prisma adapter, and we'll distinguish or set the adapter to Prisma. And we are getting an error message on Prisma. That is because we haven't brought it in. And remember, this is going to be using the function that we just created. So instead of importing it, I might like to take advantage of the shortcuts. So if you remove the M and A from Prisma and begin to type out MA, you should get a recommendation of /lib. That's the Prisma function that we want to use with our adapter. We'll click save. And then as we scroll down, we're not going to worry about the edge workaround because we're not setting or adding any middleware. We'll use we'll check the session within certain pages that we want to have gated. And then now for the schema, we want to set, or we want to use the PostgreSQL format. So instead of typing all of this out, I'm just going to copy everything except for the data source and generate the client. So we'll copy from the model all the way down. And once you've copied it, we'll go back to the schema directory, the schema.prisma file, and we could just paste this code in. Make sure you save it. So before we make a few changes to the schema, I do need to direct the data source to the specific Postgres URL. So inside of the data source DB, we're going to set the direct URL, and the direct URL is going to be env. And then in it, we're going to say Postgres underscore URL, underscore non underscore pooling. And this is just distinguishing where the direct URL is set or where it is coming from. So it knows where to point when we get ready to utilize our database or establish our database connection. We do have a optional field within user, that I'm just going to delete. And we'll pull this down so we can see a little better. So I'll delete it. And since we don't need the authenticator, it's optional. We can just go ahead and remove it. I do need to add one model or one schema to our file, which is a post model. So we'll name this model post, which is going to be the name. The model is a keyword that you have to use within this file, and post is what we are setting the name of the model to be. The first field is going to be an ID so that we have a unique identifier, and we'll say at ID at default. And we're going to pass in CUID. The next, we're going to have a string, which will be set to a title. We'll need an image URL, which will represent the URL of the image that we're storing within our vercel blob. We'll also set the description, which is going to be a string. Okay. After description, we want to store, or we want to attach our attach our post to a specific user. So we'll say user email. This is going to be a string. And we want to relate that user email back to a user. So we'll say user and set that user. So it looks for the user model. Make sure you set the user as a lowercase on the left, and it's going to be equal to the uppercase user. And then we'll say at relation. We want to pass in the fields. So it looks for the user email, and we want it to reference the email of the actual user. And then of course on delete, we want to make sure that we are cascading that so that we don't have any additional items that we don't need. Now we're getting a little error message, and the way we'll care for that is just basically by setting the user back to or creating the relationship between the user and post. If you hover over it, there's no relation. So let's go ahead and add that relation now. So if we go up to post, and anywhere within the post model, we just want to add a field of post, and we're going to set it equal to post with the brackets for empty array. And now you notice we no longer get that error. And while we are here, go ahead and copy the created at and updated at fields. We want to be sure that we're capturing that within the post as well. So we'll just scroll down, paste in the created at and updated at fields so that we have those within the database as we're creating a new post, and it's going to be automatically captured by using the date time and defaulting the date.now. So with that, we are now ready to push this information to our database. And the way we'll do that is by going back to the terminal. And we actually can go to the documentation, and it tells us exactly what we need to run: npm exec prisma migrate dev. So I'll just copy it, paste it into the terminal, press enter. and it is currently checking our connection. It's going to ask to enter a migration name. I'm going to enter it as, or name it init. Everything has been applied successfully. And then I just like to set one additional migration of npm exec Prisma generate. Press enter. Okay. So now we should be ready to start our server or run our app on localhost 3000. In addition to, we can start or launch our Prisma Studio, which is a light UI interface of a database that allows you to kind of quickly see what updates and changes are in the database without actually going to vercel. So in the first terminal, I'm going to run npm run dev and press enter to start the application on localhost. And then we're going to add a new terminal and type in the command npx Prisma Studio and press enter. Okay. And as you can see, it automatically launched localhost 555. And as you can see, it automatically launched localhost 555, which is the default URL for the Prisma Studio. We have the account model, which is basically storing the account of our logged in user, the post, which is going to be the post we're creating, this session, the user, and the verification token. And if we go to our localhost 3000 for the Nextjs app and press enter, page refreshes without any issue. Now let's try to sign in with Google. It doesn't redirect us to the additional login verification steps as we did before, but you do notice that you now see the sign out words, which indicates that we should have a session. If we go to the Prisma Studio, once we click on user, we should see the logged in user stored within our database. And you can see that listed there. You see the email that we logged in with, and you see the image URL, one account, one session, no post. Perfect. So we have the ability to log in with authjs via the Google OAuth. We're able to persist or save that user within the database using the Prisma client and the authentication and the authjs Prisma adapter. With that, now let's go ahead and work on some simple styling to go ahead and give our application a little bit of life, because right now it just looks pretty plain. So we'll go ahead and work on that now. We can remove the GitHub, the blob, the authjs docs, in addition to the Google client. All right. So let's start by building out the header. So we'll build the logo first. And if you remember, there are some animations with it. So we'll go ahead and bring in frame of motion. And then on the far right, we'll have the menu icon. Excuse me, on the desktop, we'll have the links with the sign out button. And on mobile view, we'll have a menu button that transitions to an X on click, and a side drawer that'll appear from the left-hand side with the sign out button on the far right, or sign in if the user is signed in or not. So let's go ahead and work on that now. That. And so first thing I want to do is add a new terminal and install a couple of dependencies. The first one is going to be React icons. So that'll be npm I React icons. The second is going to be Framer motion. And you know what? I think for right now, that'll be all. And once you have those two typed in, press enter. Okay, so first thing I want to do is build out the header so we can close this out. We can close out, excuse me, let's build out the logo. So let's go ahead and close out the open files, close out the authjs, the sign in button for right now, and we can close out the home page as well. So in the components directory, let's add a folder named UI, and in it, we're going to add a file named logo.tsx. We'll mark this file as use client. And for right now, we'll use the RAFCE snippet to create a component, to create a function that we can export. And we'll change the name to logo with a capital L. We'll head back to the header.tsx. And we actually can remove the div that's holding logo. And let's begin to type out the logo as if it is already imported. And then you'll get the recommendation of /UI/logo. We'll close it. And you're not going to notice much of a difference except for it going from all caps maybe to just the uppercase and then lower caps. So there are a few things that we'll need to get our logo with the appropriate animation. First, it's going to be to import motion. And this is going to come from Framer motion. And then we'll also need to bring in an icon. And this is going to come from React icons. And I'm going to use the FA feather. And we'll use the alternate version of it. And because we're using TypeScript, we'll need to make sure that we set it appropriately. So we'll say react.fc. And then we can, inside of the return statement, we can remove this div and replace it with motion.div. And then inside of the motion.div, let's add the FA feather. We'll give it a class name text neutral, which is going to set the color. I'm going to make it text neutral 300. And we'll set the size to 2XL. We could adjust that if need be. And then we'll give it a span inside of the motion.div. The name of the site is going to be quick post. Click save. And we'll refresh our page. Okay, and we see we have the feather and quick post on screen. So inside of motion.div, let's begin to style it first. So we'll just give it a class name of flex. We'll set the items to center. We'll say space on the X of 1, and we'll set the color to text neutral 800, which will be specifically for the text. We'll set the font to bold and set the size to text extra large. Okay, so now we see the logo looks a little different. The text is a little more distinguished. The feather is light, and that's by design. Now let's add a little bit of motion. We'll set the initial state of our motion, which is going to be for the opacity. Initially, we want it set to 0, and on the X, we want it -20, which is going to have it appear off screen. I'm sorry, I put Z. That should have been X. X -20. There we go. And then we want to set the animate. We'll set the opacity to 1, and on the X, we'll set it to 0. And then finally, we wanted the transition on screen. We'll set the duration of this transition to 0.5. And we'll set the ease to ease out. Let's click save. And as you notice, we're getting a little animation with the logo. There we go. Perfect. So now we can save this and close out the logo. We're done with it. Next, I want to care for the mobile menu. So what I want to do is, if it is a desktop, the mobile menu will be hidden and we'll see nav links. And if it's a desktop, the mobile menu will be hidden and we'll see the desktop menu. And if it is a mobile view, smaller the viewport is smaller based on the Tailwind media queries, then we want to see the mobile menu and the desk menu will be hidden. So the way we'll distinguish that is within the header. So currently right now we see mobile menu. So inside of header, let's add a file named mobile menu.tsx. This is going to be a client-side file, so we'll go ahead and set it as use client, and we'll use the RAFC snippet to create a mobile menu. Let's click save, and just to make sure this is working as we want, we'll give this a class name, and we'll say initially we want it to be block. And on large devices, we want it set to be hidden. We want it to be hidden. We don't want to see it on large devices. So then now inside of header, let's add another file named desk menu.tsx. This one, we'll go ahead and set it as use client. I don't think this one needs to be client side, but we can always change it later. So we'll set it as use client, and then we'll use the RAFC snippet, and we'll say desktop menu, click save. And inside the div, we'll give it a class name. Now, the initial state for this one is going to be hidden. And on large devices, we want it to be block. So now let's go ahead and import both of these. So in the header.tsx, we can remove the div and let's begin to bring in the mobile menu. And be sure you're importing it from /mobile menu. We'll close it, and then under mobile menu, we'll bring in desktop menu. Click save. Now let's test it out. So if I refresh my screen, I see the mobile menu on a small device and I don't see desktop menu. But if I expand it, I see desktop menu and I don't see mobile menu. Perfect. So now we'll go back to our original layout. And we are working currently with the mobile menu. So let's just go ahead and begin to design it now. So in the mobile menu, I want it to start out as a menu icon and then on click transition to an X. So we can go back to the desktop menu. We actually can close out the header.tsx for right now. And we'll close out desktop menu and just shift our focus to mobile menu. First thing we'll need to do is bring in use state because we'll need to capture the current state of the menu. Then we'll bring in motion. This is going to come from framer motion. This looks too lengthy. So we'll say motion from framer motion. And I also want to bring in animate presence like that. We'll need to bring in a couple of icons. And these are going to come from React icons. I'm using the FI version for this one. We'll bring in the FI menu and then FIX. And for right now, that'll be suffice. Let's update this mobile menu. Say react.fc. First thing I want to do is just create a state of if it is open or if it is not open. So we'll say const is open is equal to use state. And I'm going to set it initially to false. And we'll say set is open like that. All right. So the first thing I want to do is see a menu button. So we'll say for this, go to the return statement. And we actually can keep the div that we already have in place. Let's bring in or add a HTML tag of button. And then inside of the button, we'll just pass in some JavaScript. Sorry, I'm trying to make this a little easier to read. Inside of the button, we'll just pass in some state or some JavaScript, excuse me. We'll say if it is open, then what we want to see is it's the X icon. Remember, that means that it is open. And if it is not open, then what we want to do is we want to see the menu icon. This should be capital. We'll set this to and give this a class name of text neutral 800. And we'll set the Z index of this to be 1000. We actually can copy this and use the same thing for the menu. Press enter. And as you can see on screen, we see the menu icon because the initial state of it is false. If we change the state to true, we see the X. So that's perfect. So we'll change that and that. Now what I want to do is animate the motion on screen. And because we're using framer motion, we'll just go ahead and bring that in now. So for the button, we're going to add a class name. We'll set the text size to 2XL. We'll set the color to neutral 800. We'll give it a little padding of 2 and a Z index of 1000. Click save. Okay, so now we see the menu button a little more pronounced on screen. Inside of this button, I want this to have the ability to toggle the menu. So we'll give it an on-click handler, and we'll just pass it directly in like this, so that on click it's going to be able to toggle the state of set is open from false to true. F-A-L-S-E. No, I'm sorry. This should be not is open. Sorry about that. So within the button, we're passing the on click handler that changes the set is open from false to true. Click save. And then on click, you see that it toggles. So that's perfect. Now it is a little choppy. So we'll give it a little bit of motion with frame of motion. Inside of the button, just go ahead and highlight the JavaScript and delete it. Now inside of the button, we'll pass in motion.div so that we can give it a little bit of life. And then we can paste in inside of motion.div the JavaScript that we just copied. If we click save and just test it out, nothing changes. Now in motion.div, we want to add some animation. First, we got to set the key for it. And this is going, that way we can say that this is going to function kind of like a button. We'll say is open. If it is open, we're going to change it from close to true. to from close to open. And I'm sorry, I almost forgot. We need to set the button, the area label to toggle menu. That way it knows that this is the label for this particular button. Then inside of motion.div, after the key, we want to set the initial state, which is we want it to rotate. So we're going to use if I can type, we're going to use rotate, and we want it to go from minus 90 degrees, not rotate. Rotate. We'll say minus 90 and set the opacity of it to 0. And then we want it to animate. And we'll set that rotate to 0 and opacity to 1. We'll set the exit to rotate 90 as it is exiting the screen, and then a positive 90, not negative, as the initial. And we'll set the opacity for it to 0. And then we'll give it some transition. We'll set the duration to 0.3. If we click save, test it out, you see we get a nice toggle animation on click. It starts as a menu, then transitions to an X, then it starts as an X, and circle transitions to a menu. Perfect. So next, we want to add a overlay, but we also want to add the side drawer. So I think what we'll need to do first, we'll next need to add a overlay in addition to bringing in the side drawer. So I think first we'll go ahead and bring in the side drawer. or excuse me, the overlay, and then we'll set the side drawer on top of it. That way you see the, when you click the menu, you'll see the black overlay, and then you'll see the menu separate. So after the button, and we can say full screen overlay over LAY. So we have a comment there. We're going to bring in the animate presence that we imported. And we'll pass in is open, because if it is open, we want to see this side drawer. So that's going to use some JavaScript, curly braces, is open. And we'll pass in and, so that we're saying if it is open, we want this. Otherwise, if it is not open, we want to see something different. And I actually can just set this. We'll go pass in a fragment. And then for this, let's set motion.div as the outermost div. And we'll give this a class name just so we can see something on screen. We'll class name fix inset of 0. I ended inset 0. We'll set the background to black, shade of 60. We'll give the background an opacity of 50 and set the Z index to 40. So now you see the dark overlay, and we want to give it a little bit of transition so that it on click it is, it transitions onto the screen. So we'll say the initial of this will be 0, the initial opacity. We want it to animate. We'll set the opacity to that to 1. The exit opacity to 0. And then on click, we want the ability to close this out anywhere that we click in the gray. We want to set this, use the exact same on click handle. We can actually just copy this. And change this from, there we go. So now if we click anywhere on the opacity, it goes away. Perfect. Now within the motion.div, next I want to see the actual side drawer. So we'll give this inside of motion.div, we'll add another motion.div. And this is going to represent the actual drawer itself. So we'll just toggle the state so we see the opacity. And we'll give this a class name of fix. We'll set the top to 0, left to 0, a height of full. The background is going to be white, and we'll give it a width of 64. And we'll just put something here so we can see the drawer. Click save. So now that it's clicked, we see the side drawer appears. And if we click anywhere on the opacity, it goes away. Click it again, it comes back. It's perfect. Let's finish adding the styling. At the width of 64, we'll set the Z index to 50, flex, and set the direction to column. Click save. There we go. Let's add a little bit of animation to that. It's a little choppy. So we know initially we want this on the X-axis. We want it to be off screen. So we'll say the X, we want it to be -100. And then to animate, we want to set that to the X to be 0, because that's what we're working with on the X. And if it was on the Y, we would set the Y to -100 so that it's all the way off screen. And then on click, we'll set it to 0. But we're doing a side, so it's going to be an X. And then after animate, we'll set the exit when it is leaving the screen to X -100. 100%, I'm sorry. This should be 100%. And then after this, we'll set the transition. And for it, we want to set the duration. Set it to 0.4. And we'll set the ease to ease in out. So now let's look at it. Much smoother. And we get that disappear animation on click. It's perfect. Okay, so first I want to have a logo section within the drawer. So we have the motion, then we'll add a div, and we'll give it a class name of flex, justify between. We'll say item centered, border bottom, and we'll set the border to neutral 100. Click save. And then we can just bring in the logo and we can import it. Click save. And now we see the logo listed there up top. And let's give that some padding. What if we made it 6? And let's set the border neutral 200. Okay, that works. That's perfect. So then underneath the logo section, we need the actual body. So we'll add another div listed here, and we'll say links. Okay, and we'll see the links right there. So now let's style the link section a little bit. We'll say flex, set it as a direction of column. We'll say flex grow. So this automatically takes up the bulk of the space. Padding on the X of 4, on the Y of 6, and we'll set some space on the Y of 4. There we go. And what we want listed here are links that we can navigate to within the project. So let's create a reusable link component that will double up for links within the mobile menu in addition to the desktop menu once we create it. So within the header directory, let's add a file named link item.tsx. Within this file, we can use the RAFCE snippet to create a quick component, and we'll just name this link item. Within the link item, we want to pass in a few props, so we can make as many of these as we want. All we need to do is just set the href and the label. So we'll go ahead and set an interface, and we can say link item prop. We need to set the href, which is going to be a string, and a label, which will also be a string. And we actually need a few imports into this, and we're going to be using path names. So I'm going to go ahead and mark this as use client. We already have React. We'll bring in link. This is going to come from next/link. And the starter show is going to be use path name, which should come from next navigation. We'll update the const. And we'll say react.fc. Then this will need to pass in the link item prop. We can close it up. And we'll set the href and label. And inside of this link item prop, we know we need to get the path name. So I'm gonna create a const name path name and set it equal to use path name, which we imported from Next Navigation. Then we'll create a const name is active and set it equal to path name with 3 equal marks or equal keys. And if the path name is equal to the href, that means that it is an active route. And then inside of the link item, let's go ahead and replace this div with the link tag. And before, well, it already is yelling at us. We know that we need to distinguish a href with a link. So we'll say href is going to be equal to href. And then in the class name, we'll need to dynamically pass this in. So we'll use temporal literals. And instead of the string, we're going to pass in JavaScript. Or we'll need to set the class name as a JavaScript, not a string. And in it, we'll have temporal literals. And we'll set this to block, set the text size to large, the font to medium, and we'll say transition all. And then dynamically, we want to pass in if it is active. We want the text to be, we'll set it to purple 500. And if it is not active, then we want the text to be neutral 800. Actually, we'll set it to 700. And then on hover, we want the text to be purple 600. And then inside of this link, we'll pass in a label. So now we have a reusable link item that we can use not only for the mobile side drawer menu, but also the desktop links once we're ready to create it. So we'll go back to the mobile menu component and let's begin to use those newly created links. So the first link I want to bring in is the link item and make sure it's coming from /. And we'll go ahead and close this up. I want to set the href to / for the home route. And then we'll also set the label to home. Click save. And then now when we toggle the menu, we see the home icon listed there because we're on the root route. We notice that the color is purple because it is active. Now let's add another route or another link, excuse me. And this one will be /new. So we'll say the href will be /new, and we haven't created this route just yet, but that's fine. And the label for this will be new. And you'll notice that the color of this link item is the neutral color because we're not actively on that route. But let's just go ahead and create this route just so that we can see what it will look like. So inside of the root of the project, we're going to go to the app directory. And for right now, let's create a group route and name it website. Before we create a new route, let's go ahead and drag the page.tsx inside of the group route of website so that it's relocated. And we'll click move. And then inside of the layout.tsx, let's go ahead and we can say yes to update the imports for the page.tsx. Let's go ahead and copy the children that's passed into the root layout because we're going to set a totally separate layout.tsx file. So we can close this one out and close out this page.ts and do not save this one. Now inside of the group website route, let's add another file named layout.tsx. We'll use the RAFC snippet to create a component. named layout, and we don't have to worry about capitalizing this one. Inside of the parentheses, pass in the children, and inside of the div, let's remove the word layout, add the curly braces, and within it we'll add children. Click save, and now the error message should go away, and you're noticing that these items are now animating on screen, so that's perfect. All right, so now what I want to do is go back to the website group directory and add a new folder named new, and in it add a file named page.tsx. And for right now, we'll use the RFC snippet to create a new post page. Click save. So now let's test out this route just to make sure that it is changing and it is updating the way we would want. So on hover, we see the color changes. If we click on new, we notice that the page redirected, and we don't have the same header listed here. That is because the header is within the root route and not within the main layout. So let's go ahead and remove the header from the page.tsx file that's within the root of the project that is now located within the group folder website. Just remove that header and you can remove the import. Click save. Now within the layout.tsx file that is right above page.tsx, let's go ahead and import the header. So we'll go ahead and act as if it's already imported. And if you give it a moment, you should have the ability to import it from @/components. Now we see the header is on the page again. And if you notice, the route we're on is localhost 3000/new. And if we click on the mobile menu, we see that the new link is now purple and home is now gray. So that means that it is updating and it is distinguishing the route color correctly. If we click on home to take us back to the home route, it redirects us, and we see that the home icon is now a light color because we're back on the home route. Perfect. Last thing I want to do to the side drawer is just add a little footer. Strictly optional. We can close out the layout.tsx. We can close out the page.tsx for right now, and also the link item. And we'll shift our focus back to the mobile menu. So outside of the div that is holding our link items, we're going to add a new div. And within this, we want to pass in a little bit of JavaScript. So we'll say I'm sorry. I'm going to say JavaScript, and we'll say new date dot get full year. And then the name of our website is quick post. I'm just going to add the @ there. Click save. And let me style this a little bit. We'll give it a class name. Let's bring something on screen. There we go. So we see it listed right here at the bottom for @2025 quick post. So we'll say padding of 4. We'll set the border top, and we'll set the color to border neutral 200. So we see the border listed there. We'll set the text to center. Set the text to small. There we go. And now we have a simple footer within our side drawer, and we can always add more routes or links for routes if need be, but we only have the 2 for right now, so this is perfectly fine. And we can close this out. So now I want to add the desktop menu, because when we expand the screen out, we see the desktop menu, but we don't see the links. Okay. So I'm going to create a Okay. So we're going to go to the desk menu component so we can update it now. So inside of the components directory, inside of header, we'll click on desk menu. And as of right now, we see the text desk menu on screen. So we'll just remove that. And we actually can change it from block to flex. And we'll set the space on the X to 4. 4 should be suffice. And then all we need to do now is just bring in the link item. So we'll just begin to bring that in. We'll set the href to home. And the label, I'm sorry, the href to slash, which represents the home route, and the label to home. We'll click save. And if we look at it, we see the home text on screen. So now we'll add one more for new. And go slash new. And set the label for it to new. Click save. And now we have home and new on screen. So that's perfect. And we can always add more routes if need be, but for right now, home and new should be suffice. So now let's update our sign out button so that it is it is a user to log out, or let's now update the sign out button so that it is a log out icon and the sign in button to be a user icon. So we'll take care of that now. Close out desk menu and mobile menu. So inside of sign out BTN, we'll go ahead and import the FI log out icon, and that is from React Icons. And then we simply can just replace sign out with the FI log out icon that we just imported. We'll give it a class name with a height of 5 and a width of 5. Click save. And you notice that it is now a logout icon. And let me give it a little bit of margin top of 2. That works. And we'll say margin left. That looks fine like that. That works. And then we'll enlarge. May need to set the margin left to like 2. Okay, so that gives us a logout icon. If we click it, it redirects us to sign in. So let's go ahead and update the sign in icon now. Close out sign out button. And we'll go to sign in. And at the top, let's go ahead and import FI user. And that's from React/icons. And we can remove sign in with Google to FI user. Set the class name with the height of 5, a width of 5, and close it. Okay, so we see that icon there. And on desktops, okay, it looks a little wonky there. So let's change this to class name margin top of 1. Let's see what that looks like. Instead of margin left of 2. Yeah, that works. And then if you click on it, it shifts over to sign in. We could add a loading state to it, but that'll work. Okay, so that should care for the menu. And if we refresh this, it should see, yep, everything transitions back in. So that cares for the desktop and mobile menu. Next up, let's care for the ability to display and create posts and all of our backend server functions. So we'll work on that next. All right, so before we connect the app to the database to display posts, I think what I want to do is add a simple little hero section with some animations just to give it a little bit of life and to get a little more practice with frame of motion. So we'll go ahead and close out the sign in BTN. And for right now, we're going to ignore the page.tsx file that is with new. We can go ahead and just close it out. And let's launch the page.tsx file that is directly within the website grouping. This is going to represent the home root route. And then inside of, and make sure that that's up on screen, the inside of the components directory, inside of the UI folder, let's add a file named hero section.tsx. And for right now, let's go ahead and mark this file as use client. Then we'll just create a simple component, or excuse me, a simple function so that we can export it. And we'll just name it hero section, click save. Now, if we go back to the page.tsx file that we should already have open that represents the new route, what we want to do is remove home page. And inside of home page, let's add a div. And we'll give it a class name of flex, set the direction to column, give it a gap of 4 and a width of 4. And then inside of that div, let's add another div. And we'll give it a class name with a height of 80. We'll set the width to full. And we'll go MX auto to set the margins to auto. And we'll go max width screen. We'll set this to extra large. And just so we can see what we're working with, we'll say give it a background color of amber 200. And then now what I want to do is import the hero section component that I just created. Click save. And as you can see, we now have a hero section on screen to kind of let us know where this code will be placed. And if we look at it on the desktop view, we see this is what the hero section will look like. So that's perfectly fine. We'll keep this one large as is. Okay, perfect. So now let's go ahead and begin to work on styling the hero section. So we'll go back to hero section. The only thing that we need to bring in within this code is motion. And this is going to come from framer motion. In the return statement, we'll remove this div and replace it with motion.div. We'll set the styling first by giving it a class name with relative. We'll say flex and set the direction to column. We want the item centered. We want everything to be placed in the middle of the screen. We'll set the height to 80. And on medium devices, we want the height to be, let's make it 400 pixels. The background color is going to be black with a shade of 90. We'll set the text to white. Give it some padding on the X of 6 and set the text to center. So now just to see what this looks like, let's just put hero section, click save. And it should be in the center of the screen. Yep, there we go. And I'm just going to remove this amber color so we get a better representation of what it actually is. There we go. All right. So before we begin to style our H1 and our description and button, let's go ahead and give a little bit of animation to the actual background of the hero section. We want the initial opacity to be set to 0. But on the Y, we want it to be 30 because we want it to kind of shift up on refresh. And we want the animate Opacity to be set to 1. And on the Y, we want it to be set to 0. And then transition, say transition, we want the duration to be 0.8. And we'll say ease, we want it to ease out. Just ease out. Click save. Notice how it begins to kind of rise up when we refresh. There we go. Okay. So now what I want to do next is I want to add a little bit of animation to the text that we're going to have on screen. So we'll remove hero section and we'll replace it with a div. We'll give it a class name of relative. We'll set the z index of this to be 10. Flex direction of column. The items to be centered, and we'll give it a gap of 4. And this is just the container that's going to hold the H1, the P tag, and the button. So first we'll set the H1. So we'll say motion.h1. And the reason we're using motion.h1 is because we're going to add some distinguished motion, or some unique motion, I should say, to the H1. So inside of it, we'll go class name. We'll set the text size to 3XL. On medium devices, we want the text to be 5XL. And we always want the font to be bold. And I'll go ahead and set this text so we can see it on screen. This is going to be welcome to Quick Post. There we go. Now to get a little animation for it, we'll set the initial state to, or initial opacity, not state, I'm sorry. Well, I guess technically is. We're going to set this one to 0. And because I want it to kind of be a little staggered with the actual screen, I'm going to set the Y to 20. Then we'll say animate. And we'll set the opacity to 1. And on the Y, we'll set it to 0. And we'll set the transition to be a delay of 0.2. And the duration of it is going to be set to 0.8. Click save. There we go. So now we get a animation of the actual background and the text is animating on screen. It's perfect. So now let's add a description. So we'll come outside of the motion.h1 and we'll add motion.p for the p tag. And then inside of the p tag, let's just get some text on screen. We'll say learn, document, and grow with the best resources. SOURCES. Okay, so we see that on screen. So now let's style that text first. Say max width of 2XL. We want the text to be large. And on medium devices, we want the text to be XL, extra large. And the color of this is going to be neutral 200. We'll click save. Okay, so we now see it on screen. And we see it before the H1 because we don't have any motion with it, or animation, I should say. So let's add that now. So for the P tag, we can actually copy a lot of this and just make some simple changes. So we'll copy it, paste it in for the P tag. And we're going to keep everything the exact same except for the delay. We're going to set it to 0.4 so that it comes in a little after the H1. There we go. So now last but not least, we want to add the motion dot button for the little button that we're going to have on screen. And we'll just say start creating. Create now. There we go. We'll style the button first, give it a class name with a background of white. We'll set the text to neutral 600. The font will be semi-bold. Give a little padding on the X of 6, on the Y of 2. Set the rounded to large for the edges. Click save. So now you see that listed on screen. And on hover, we're going to set the background to gray 100, and we'll go transition all. We'll hover, background, gray 100. Okay. Refresh the screen. You can see a slight shift in the color there, and that's fine. And on desktop, this is what it looks like. There we go. So now we just need to add some animation. We see the H1 and the P tag animating. We just don't see anything from the button. So let's take care of that now. So we'll just copy this code from the P tag, go down to the motion dot button, paste it in. We're going to keep the opacity to 0. But for this one, the initial, we're going to change the scale to 0.9. The animate, we're going to keep the opacity at 1, and we'll change the scale of this to 1. Do something a little different. And then last but not least, the delay is going to be 0.6 instead of 0.4. And the duration of this is going to be 0.5. So we'll click save, refresh the screen. There you go. You notice that the button appears last, and it gives a little grow effect. Take a look at it on the desktop view. There we go. All right. So now with the hero section cared for, let's begin to work on the actual new route. And on screen, you'll see that what we basically have is the text, or excuse me, the logo appears on screen and the menu transition with a spin animation. Let's go ahead and care for the new post page. So we'll close out the hero section, and we can close out the page.tsx that was currently open. That was for the home route. Inside of our root directory, let's click on the new folder, and we'll click on page.tsx. So this is going to represent the actual new post page. In the event we want to create a new post, this is the route that we'll visit in order to get that updated. Okay, so let's start by doing some initial setup of the new post page before we begin to bring in a dynamic form. So at the top, let's bring in a few imports. First will be auth, because we need to capture the auth state, and this is going to come from @/auth so that we can identify the session. And then I also want to bring in redirect. This is coming from next navigation so that after we've created the post, the user can be redirected, or excuse me, if the user is not authenticated, we want to redirect this user and make sure that only logged in users with the session have the ability to create a new post. So we'll bring in redirect to help with the redirection of that. This page is going to be a server-side page, so we'll mark it as asynchronous. And then inside of the new post page, we'll start by identifying and capturing the session. So we'll say const session is equal to await, and we're going to say await auth, be sure to call it. And then we'll say const user email is equal to session dot user dot email. And we'll say if there is no session, we want to redirect the user to the home route. So let's test this out. So currently we have a session in place because we have the log out icon indicated. So I'm gonna open a different browser just to test it out. So within this browser, we currently are not logged in, which is indicated by seeing the user. If we click on new, we see that we're immediately redirected because we don't have a session. It's going to the new route if you look in the URL and then immediately redirecting the user. Perfect. So the redirect is working. I'll just minimize this. So that kind of cares for the initial validation. In the return statement, let's go ahead and work on the structure of the site, of the page. Let's replace the div with the new div, and then we'll add a second div inside of it and give it a class name of MX Auto for the margin. We'll set the max width of the screen to be extra large. Padding on the X of 4, on the Y of 6, and we want the width to be full. Let me just test this out. New post page. Okay, we see some padding there on the X and on the Y. And if we test it out as we're logged in, we see how it looks on the large view. Perfect. So we'll remove this and replace it with the new div. Give it a class name with flex and set the direction to column. And we'll give it a gap of 4. And inside of this div, I'm going to create a new div. And what I want to do is add some title text on screen. And instead of just typing this in once and continue to do so, I'm just going to make a reusable component. So inside of the components directory, which is in the root of the project, inside of UI, let's add a new file named heading text.tsx. Uh-oh. All right, now in this file, we'll mark it use client because we are going to have some client side activity. We'll bring in motion because we want the text to motion in, and this is going to come from framer motion. And we'll create a quick component or functional component to export. We'll call it heading text. And we'll go back to the page.tsx file and import it so we can see it on screen. And for right now, we'll just go ahead and close it. And we should see it updated right here. Yep, heading text. So this is, like I mentioned, is going to be a reusable heading text because I want to use it on this screen and also on the actual home page itself. So the first thing I want to do is set the interface props. So we'll say heading text props. We know we're going to pass in a title. We'll also pass in a subtitle, which we'll make optional because if we use this in certain parts, we may not need a subtitle or description. And I'm also going to pass in class name so that I can center this text if I choose to do so. So we'll pass that in with the question mark because we may not always use it. Now let's update the const heading text. Okay. And then inside of this, we'll pass in the title, subtitle, and class name. In the return statement, we can remove this div and replace it. I'm just going to go ahead and pass in a title and a subtitle so we can see it begin to kind of animate. So in the page.tsx, I'm going to set the title to new post page. And the subtitle is going to be create a post below. Click save. We don't see anything just yet, and that's fine. So first we need to give this div some styling. So we'll give it a class name, and it's going to be a temporal literal. So this is going to be text centered. And then I'm just going to dynamically pass in class name so that we can not center this if we don't want to. And then inside of this, we want an H1 and a P tag. So we'll say motion.h1. And this is going to represent the title. And then underneath it, we'll go, if there's a subtitle, we want to display it. So we'll pass a little bit of JavaScript and we'll say subtitle, meaning if there's a subtitle. So we'll say and then in this, we'll go motion.p. And then in this, we'll pass in subtitle. Click save. There, we see it on screen. It is centered so that's perfect. What happens? There we go. And if we want to change the position of it, we just do text left. And that works for this page. So I think I'll keep it as text left. So now let's just style the H1 and give it some motion so that on refresh, it animates. So the class name for the H1 to give it some styling, we'll say the text is going to be extra large. On medium devices, we'll set the text to 2XL. The font will be bold, and we'll say text neutral 900. Click save, and now we see that text is a lot more pronounced. Let's go ahead and style the P tag next. We'll go class name. We'll set the text to medium. On medium devices, we want the text to be large since it is 2XL on medium for the H1. And then we'll set the text to gray, make it neutral 600 with a margin top of 2. That works. So now let's just add some motion. So the initial is going to be, for this one, we'll set the opacity to 0. And on the Y, we'll set it to 20. So it'll animate on the Y axis. We'll set the animate to with an opacity of 1. And on the Y, animate from 20 to 0. And then we'll set the transition duration we want it to be 0.5, and we'll set the ease to ease out. Save. We notice that the title comes from the bottom up. So we'll just copy this. Excuse me. Paste the same code in for the p tag. We're going to keep the initial state as 0 and 1. The only difference is, actually, you know what? We can keep all of this to exact the same. So we'll set the delay on this one to 0.2 so that it is a little staggered after the title. There we go. So we see the title comes in first and the subtitle is right behind it. And instead of 2, we'll make this 1. There we go. All right. So we have a reusable title. So now if we go back to the new post page, the next thing we want to do is begin to bring in the actual form itself. So outside of this div, we're going to create another div. And then it will just pass in we'll call it post form. And just see what the placement is up on screen. Okay, so that's perfect. Okay, so next I want to work on the backend APIs, but before we do that, let's just make sure that the session data is being passed to this particular page appropriately, because we're going to pass it to the form. So under post form, I'm just going to add in user email because I'm destructuring it from the session object. And you see the jadad@gmail.com. So it is accurately capturing the session and the session email. So that's perfect. So now let's shift our focus to updating the backend APIs so we can begin to work with our database. And we're actually using server actions, not necessarily the traditional API route handlers. So I should have said server actions, but we'll go through and set it up. So within the root directory, click on the lib folder, and within it, add a folder named actions. And first, we'll start with a file named create post.ts. So this file will hold the server action that we'll be using in order to create a new post. So we'll need a couple things. The first thing I want to do is just go ahead and install Zod for some validation. I'm not going to focus too much on validation in this video, but I do want to make sure that we have it in place. Excuse me. So within the terminal, type in npm I Zod, Z-O-D, press enter. We can close this out. So at the top of this file, we'll go ahead and mark it as use server. And we're going to import Z, and this is going to come from Zod. And if you import Z, you should get from then the string of Zod. And then we're going to import put. And this should come from @vercel. We'll need to bring in the Prisma function. And this should come from @lib/Prisma. Yep. And then we'll need redirect from next navigation. I see what I did with that one. And we also need to bring in revalidate path, excuse me, from next cast. And this should be Prisma, Prisma. Sorry about that. So let's go ahead and start out by creating our create post function. So we'll say export const create post, and it is going to be asynchronous. And we're going to pass in form data. And we can pass in a try catch block to start with. So we're using Zod to kind of help us with validation. I'm just going to keep it fairly simple. I'm not going to focus too much on it in this particular project, but it's good to kind of have it and you can always expand upon it. But this is just designed to be a quick CRUD app and demonstrate how to tie in a user in addition to uploading a file and creating a post. So we'll focus on that in a different video. But for right now, let's go ahead and create the schema. So we'll say const create schema. And you can name this whatever you want. But what's important is that you set it equal to z.object. And you want to pass in a title, which is going to be a z.string with a minimum character of 1. And then we need to pass in, if we're going to use the min, we got to send back a message in the event the user doesn't follow or the user doesn't pass in the character. So we'll pass in message, and title is required with at least two characters, with at least two characters. Okay. And then next we want to pass in description, and that'll be set equal to the same thing. So I'm just going to copy the validation portion, and then we'll say description is required with at least two characters. And then last but not least, I'll pass in the user email. It really doesn't matter, but just as a validation point, we'll go z.string, and we actually can update this a little bit and say email. And with that, you only need to pass in the message, and we'll say user email is required. But the user doesn't have to worry about passing that in. We're going to capture it from the session, but I'll demonstrate that later. So now inside of the try catch block, we need to begin to test this connection out and bring in Prisma and validate the data accordingly. So we'll say const. We want to destructure the title, the description, and the user email. Yep, that's right. And that's going to be equal to validated fields dot data. You know what? Actually, before we do this, I'm sorry. Inside this try catch block, let me distinguish this first. So we'll say const validated fields is going to be equal to create schema. Let me try that again. So inside of try catch, we'll say const validated fields is equal to create schema dot safe parse, and we want to capture and parse that data so we can get the object, and we'll use the method dot form entries to get the form data dot entries, and be sure that you call it just like that. And we'll say if there are no validated fields, if it's not successful, then we want to return to the user error, error, validated fields dot error dot flatten, so we can fix the format dot field errors. Click save. Okay, so then we want to destructure the title, the user email, and description from the validated fields. And on that object, you see we get data, error, and success. So clearly this is going to be data. That's where we're destructuring it from. And then, as you probably have already noticed, we've cared for the title, description, and user, but we haven't cared for the actual image or the image URL. So let's take care of that now. So we'll say const image file is equal to form data dot get. We want to get the image URL, and this should come by or come to us as a file, or it could be null. Okay. And for some validation, we'll say if there's no image file, or image file instance of, and this is going to be an instance of a file, or file the image file is equal, the size of it, of course, is equal to 0, meaning that we didn't get anything. Then we want to return a error. The error we're going to return is the image URL. Image is required. There we go. So after we've cared for confirming that we actually did get an image, let's set the image path to an empty string. And we'll need to upload the image first. So we'll add another try catch block. And this is strictly for the image. We'll say const, you could have copied it straight from the documentation too. Const URL is equal to await. And we're going to use the put method that we imported. So we'll say await put. We want to get the image file name, whatever it is on the computer. And then we're going to pass in the image file. And we'll be passing back, or within it, we want to set the access to public. And we'll set multi-part to true. And then outside of that const, we want to set the image path to be equal to the URL that we just destructured right here. And then in the catch portion, and this is just for the image upload, we'll set the console.log to error uploading image. And be sure we pass in the error so we can read it. And then we'll return a message. Failed to upload image. Okay, we'll click save. And then if that goes well, now we want to create the post. So we'll say const new post because we've already destructured the title, the image the title, description, and user email. And we've captured the image URL. So now we're ready to save that data to the Postgres database. So we'll say const new post is going to be equal to await Prisma. And this is the Prisma function that we imported. We want to get access to post. And then we want to get access to the .create from Prisma. And what we'll be passing in is data, the title, the user email, the description, and the image URL is going to be image path because that is the URL. That is the name of the URL that we distinguish for the image that we are going to be uploading. Just to make sure that everything flowed through successfully. Outside of that const, we're going to log it to the console, the new post created. And I'm just going to pass it in like this just so I can see it. And then inside of the catch, in the event we get an error, we'll say console.log error creating post. And then we'll also return a message back to the user. Message will be error creating post. Now, if all goes well, we need to revalidate the data. So we'll go revalidate path, set it to home, and then we're going to redirect the user back to home page as well. Click save. And for right now, we can go ahead and close this out. And let's shift our focus to setting up the form so that we can create a post. So remember, this form is going to be reusable so that we can kill two birds with one stone, if you will. I don't want to just create a form and then have to copy and paste it and make changes and create it again. Let's just do one form that can handle both so that We can minimize some of the code. So inside of the components directory, let's create a file named post-form.tsx. So inside of this file, we're going to need quite a bit of code within it. Well, maybe not quite a bit, but some code within it. But for right now, let's just get something on screen. So we'll go ahead and mark it as use client and create an RFC snippet and create a function named post form. Let's save it. We'll go back to the page.tsx for our new post and we'll import post form. And bringing it in, there we go. Click save, and we should notice a subtle change there. And we do. So within the post form, we'll start with quite a few imports. First, we'll need to capture the state. So with React, we'll bring in use state. Then I want to bring in, I want to create a notification system so that we can notify users once they created a post or deleted a post. For that, I'm going to use Sonner. So in the terminal, type in the command npm sonner, SONNER, and press enter. While the Sonner dependency is installing, we'll need to import it into the root project, root of our layout. So within the layout.tsx file, the main one that has the metadata, let's go ahead and import with curly braces toaster. And this should come from Sonner. And now within the body tag, right above the children, let's bring it in. And with toaster, we need to set the position. We'll set it to top center and just go ahead and close this. And we'll go ahead and close out the terminal, save this file, close it out. At the top, let's go ahead and import toast. And this is with a lowercase t, and it should be coming from Sonner. And for right now, this is all that we're going to bring in. We're going to bring in quite a bit more in just a minute, but for right now, this will be fine. First, this is going to be a reusable form, and we are going to pass in data to it. So we're going to set the interface post form props. We know we want to pass in the user email so that we can distinguish what user is logged in. Then we also want the ability to read initial data. So we'll pass in initial data, and after initial data, before the semicolon there, be sure to give it a question mark because we may not have initial data. But if we do have initial data, it should be a title with a question mark, and that is going to be a string, a description with a question mark, that will be a string, and also a image URL with the question mark, and that will be a string. And then outside of the initial data object, add the well, you don't have to necessarily add it, I guess, but we want to pass in also the post ID with the question mark. And then that will be a string. And the reason we included a question mark is because we may not always pass in initial data or a post ID, but we should always pass in a user email because remember, that's what's needed to create the post. So now let's update the post form function so that it is type safe put ready, and then we'll pass in the post form props. And then we know we're going to pass in the user email, initial data, and also the post ID. Now it's yelling at us right now because we should be passing a post ID. So we'll go ahead and care for that now. Or excuse me, a user email. So back in the page.tsx file that's within the new folder, let's pass in a user email. And that user email should be the session email that we just created. And because it could be empty, it shouldn't be, but because it could be empty, we're also going to say, or it could be an empty string. Just to make sure that it is getting that user email, underneath post form, we're passing user email with curly braces, click save, and you see it there. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and begin to care for the ability to upload and create a post. So inside of the post form component, let's start by capturing the state. The first state that we want to capture is for the image. So I'll just add the braces and we'll say use state. And this will be a file, or it could be null. And then in parentheses, we'll pass in null. And this is going to represent the image, and we'll say set image because we're going to, the title, the post, and description are going to be separate components that are going to be integrated within the form. So we'll say set image, then we'll need to create a const for the error. And we're going to set this equal to use state, and it will be record, and this could be a string. It could also be an array. So we'll pass that in and we'll say or undefined. Undefined. And with this one, let's pass an empty object. And it actually only needs the one. Okay, I did do that. Perfect. And then last but not least, let me add that in first. Error and set error. And remember, this is coming from Zod. And then const loading. And we'll say set loading is going to be equal to use state. And the initial state of it is going to be false. Sorry, helps if I spell it right. All right. So with this cared for, now we need to begin to, actually, you know what? We'll go ahead and create the handle submit function first. So we'll say const handle submit. It's going to be equal to async and the event react.form event. And this could be, it will be HTML form element. We'll close it up. And then inside of this, because this form is going to have dual purposes, it could either be a create or a update request. And as of right now, we only have the create function in place. So we'll need to make sure that we include the update function as well. So let's just go ahead and care for that API because we are going to need it within the handle submit function. So inside of the lib directory that's within the root of the project, inside of actions, go ahead and click on the actions directory and let's add a file named update post.ts. And we'll also need, before we do this, we'll also need to add a file named get post by id.ts. In order to update the post, we'll need to be able to get the actual post by the ID. So let's go ahead and do that now. We'll go ahead and create the inside of the file, excuse me, it should already be created, but inside of the file, let's go ahead and mark this as use server because this is going to be a server-side file. We'll import Prisma. And this should come from /Prisma. We'll create the export const name get post by ID, and it will be async. We'll pass in the ID, which will be a string. And then inside of that function, we'll have a try catch block. Inside of the try portion, we'll say const result is equal to await post. No, I'm sorry, await Prisma dot post. Yep. Dot find unique should be one of the options, and that is coming from Prisma. And then inside of this object, we want to look for where the sorry, my key's acting up. Where the ID matches the ID, and we also want to include the user because we want to validate that this user actually has the ability to update this post, because if it's not your post, you shouldn't be able to update it. And we want to select the user. We want to capture their email for true. We also want to capture the image. And then if all goes well, outside of that const, we want to return the result. In the event we get an error, we want to log it to the console. We'll say error. And then we can go throw new error, failed to fetch post. Click save. So now that we're getting the post by ID, now we want to use this and give it the ability to update a post. So we'll close out the get post by ID, and we'll go to the file that we created, update-post. Go ahead and set it to use server, or mark it as use server, because this will be server side. And we actually can go to the create post page, because some of this code we're just going to copy. So we're going to copy the Z from Zod puts. We're going to basically copy all of these imports, and we'll just paste them into the update post. With put, we will need to add delete, because we'll need to delete a image, and we'll also need to import the get post by ID function that we just created. That way we can use the ID that we're getting from the user within this function to find that post. And then after we find the post, we'll use the update method from Prisma to update that post. So let's go ahead and create the function export const update post, and it will be asynchronous. Now, we are using Zod, you may have noticed. So we need to set the imports the same way we did before. So we'll say const edit schema is equal to z.object. And we're going to copy the same validation fields. Those are going to remain the same. So we'll copy those and paste them in. Yep, nothing changes there. And then inside of the parameter, inside of the update function, update post function, let's pass in the ID as a string. And we're also going to pass in the form data, which is form data. Okay, sorry, that was my mini me. So inside of this function, let's start by creating a const of image file. And we'll set it equal to form data.get. We want to get the image URL. And this is going to come over as file or null. Okay. And then after that, we want to basically recreate the same thing that we did before. So I'll just go back to the create post function, and we'll copy the validation safe parse so that we can capture the object. And instead of create schema, this is, of course, edit schema, and remove the extra schema. There we go. Now, outside of the if, we'll basically just need to destructure the title, user, email, and description again. And then underneath it, now we want to first capture the post by ID. So we'll say existing post is equal to await get post by ID. And we're going to pass in the actual ID that we should be getting from the browser. And we'll say if there is no existing post, console.log the error getting post. And we'll pass the ID so we'll know what it is. And we'll also return a message of post not found. Okay. And just as we did before, we'll say let's image path is going to be equal to existing post dot image URL. So first we want to, after we've captured it and we placed it in its own variable, let's go ahead and care for the image upload. So we'll add a try catch block and we'll say if the image file and the image file size is greater than 0, meaning that there is a file to be uploaded. First, we want to delete the existing image URL. So we'll say existing post.image URL, await, and we'll use the del delete method that's going to come from the vercel blog to delete the existing post image URL. And you see we're getting del from vercel blog. And then after we've deleted that, particular post or image URL, now we want to get the new one. So we'll say const URL, and this is going to be destructured from await put because we've added a new image in the place of the prior image. And there should be an equal sign right there. There we go. Await put dot, I think it's name. Yep. And remember, this takes 2 arguments. So the first is going to be the file name, and then the second is going to be image file. And you just pass it. Yep. And then inside of the braces, we want to set the access to public. Multi-part will be set to true. And then we'll set the image path is going to be image path. It's going to be equal to the URL. Okay, this looks good. And then inside of this portion of the try catch, we'll go underneath here for the catch. We'll say console.log will be error handling image. And let's just get that error. Return a message. Failed to handle image. Now underneath that try catch, we need another one. And with this one is a little more straightforward. We'll say const, create a const name, updated post, set it equal to await. And then now we want to use the Prisma function and get access to the Prisma post schema or model that we created. And remember, we're using update. We want to update where the ID matches, and then we'll pass in the data. And of course, we're passing in a title, description, a user email, and a image URL is going to be set to image path. Okay. And we actually don't have to return anything. I am going to just log this to the console just to make sure. Console.log post updated. Updated post. And inside of the catch, if we get an error, we'll say console.log error updating post. Error. And we'll say return a message back to the user of failed to update post. And then we'll revalidate path homepage and then do redirect homepage. Okay. And I guess we could do delete right now, but we'll come back and do delete later. So with that, now let's go ahead and finish updating our post form so we can take care of it all in one swoop, make it a little easier to read. So inside of the handle submit function, we need to first pass in event.prevent default. And then we want to set the loading state of this to false because we're not loading anything right now. The first const will be for the form data. And that's going to be equal to new form data. And it'll be event.current target. And we'll say if there's a image, we'll go form data.append the image, image URL. And the second argument is going to be image. Perfect. So this is caring for if there's one in place, but if there's not, then we'll just see the regular click here to upload. So now outside of the if validation, we'll add a try catch. And we'll say if there's a post ID, and remember that the form is going to have dual purposes. So if there's a post ID, we want to call await update post. And I know I haven't imported it, but if you begin to type in update post, you should get a recommendation of @lib/actions/update post. That's the function that we want to use. Remember, it took two arguments, a post or a ID, which is what we're passing in, and also form data. And then if it updates successfully, we want to say toast.success. And the message is going to be post updated successfully. Click save. Then we'll say else. So if it's not update, meaning that we don't have a post ID, then we want to run create post. So we'll say await create post. And if you begin to type it out, you'll need to scroll down should be coming from @/actions, the exact same location. It's just going to be a different file name. And for this one, we only need to pass in form data because there's no ID just yet. And then we'll send a toast message back to the user of toast.success. Post created successfully. Click save. Okay. And then now outside of the else, we need to care for the catch. Because we're using TypeScript, I'm gonna go ahead and pass in any to make sure we don't get any errors. And we'll say set error is going to be equal to, actually, you know what? We'll make this ERR because I'll need to distinguish the two. So we'll say ERR dot error, or it could be a empty bracket. And then we'll say finally, FINALY, we want to set the loading state, set loading to false. And FALSE. And actually this should be true. I'm sorry. Because this in this process, it is loading. It is, yeah, that should have been true. I'm sorry about that. My mistake. So now that cares for all the functionality that we need so that we can go in between the two states depending upon if we have a post ID or if we don't. So now we want to update the actual form with the handle submit function and begin to run it. So within the return statement, we'll remove this div and replace it with the form. And then inside of the form, we're going to give it the onSubmit handler. And we're going to pass in the handle submit function. Give it a class name of grid. And on small devices, I want one column. On large, we're going to have grid columns of 2. And we'll create a little bit of gap of 4. So we know we need to pass in the user email because that's what's needed in order to create a post. It's part of the required fields. So we'll say input. This type will be, we'll keep it open for right now. We'll set the name to user email and the default value will be user email. Now, if we close it and save it, you see we're passing it. The user doesn't necessarily need to see that. So we'll set the type to hidden. And then now we're passing the user email, but the user can't see it. So that's perfect. So the first div or column, and it's in this 2-column layout, we're going to have a column here and a column here. On the left, it's going to be for the image. So I'm going to care for the image upload first. So we'll give it a div with a class name of column, and we'll set it to span 1. And then now what we want within this column is the image URL component so that we can upload a form. So inside of the form component, let's add a file named image-upload.tsx. And this file is going to be what we use in order to upload an image. And we will need some state within it. So we'll go ahead and mark it as use client. And just to get something on screen, we'll use the RAFCE snippet and just name this image upload form. Click save. And we'll go ahead and import it, image upload form. Click save. And now we see that on screen. So that's perfect. So we need to pass in some state or we need to pass in some information into the image upload in order for it to work properly. So if we go back to the component, we'll need to start by importing use state. and use effect. This is going to help us manage the state of the form of the image and to also show the image once a image is uploaded. We'll also need to bring in a couple of icons. The first one is going to be a FI upload icon, and that's going to come from React Icons. The second one is going to be MD close, and that's going to come from React Icons /MD. So now let's set up the interface props. So we'll say interface image upload form props. Hey, and I didn't have to correct myself. So we could get an error message passed to it, but that we may not. So we'll include a question mark. We may need to show the initial 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 preview. And this will be the preview of a form, or excuse me, an image that we already have created in the database. This is going to care for the update portion. And this could be a string. And then finally, we'll need to set or handle a image change. And we know we're going to always pass in some form of a change. So we'll set the file to file, or it could be null. In that case, we're going to set it to, this should be null. And then outside of it, we'll just pass it as a function, set it to void. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and update the form. And then inside of this, we're going to pass in the error, initial preview, and also on image change. Click save. So now I know we're getting a error message. That is because we haven't added the, we haven't passed the on image change set photo to this particular component just yet, but that's fine. No big deal as of right now. We'll make sure that we care for it as we begin to work on that form a little bit more. So inside of the image upload form component, we do need to capture a little bit of state, and it's just the preview state. And this will be used regardless of if it is a new form or if it is a new post that we're creating or an existing post. We're going to need this preview. So we're going to set this equal to use state, which we've already imported, and it can be a string or it could be null because we may not get anything. And then if it is, it should be curly, there we go, parentheses, initial preview or null. So this is basically saying if we get anything, it's going to be a string or null. And if we get something, that's going to be the initial preview. Perfect. Okay, so outside of this state, we need to use effect. And we're going to say if there's an initial preview, we want to set that preview to initial preview so that we can capture the state. If there is a preview there, we want to be able to capture it. And then outside of this, with use effect, we know we need to pass in the array, and it's going to hold the initial preview. Click save. And I know we'll probably get an error if we try to do anything. So the last thing that we'll need, well, one of the last things we'll need to do is handle the change of an input. So we'll create a const called handle input change and set it equal to event. And this is going to be a React change event. Yep. And it's going to be listening for a HTML input element. We'll say const file is equal to event.target. dot files right there. If we get some, and we'll just capture the very first one, set the index to 0 and say null. And then if we get a file, we'll say set preview. It's going to be equal to URL dot create object, create the file. So this is basically just giving us the ability to set the file name based on, or to get the URL of the object so that we can use it as the file name. And then after the if, we'll say else. So we'll make sure that we set the preview to null. And then we want to be sure that we pass the image on change. And what we'll be passing in is the file. And then last but not least, this is just going to give us a little button to delete this image in the event we select the wrong image. So we'll say const handle remove image. And in this case, the preview is going to be set to null, and on image change, that will be set to null as well. Perfect. So with this is going to care for, this is all the functionality that we need. Now we just need to write a little bit of code to display it and to handle the upload. So I'm going to remove this div, replace it with another div, give it a class name of margin bottom of 6. And if there is no preview, I want the user to see the actual image upload indicator or icon. So for the first one, we'll say div. And for this one, we could pass a div as well, just to get rid of the error. Okay. So for this div, we're going to say flex and set the direction to column. The items will be centered. We're going to set the height of this to 300 pixels. Yep. Justify center. We'll set border to. We'll set the border to dashed. And we'll set the border to neutral color 200. Rounded of, let's make it large. Give it a padding of 4. Transition all, duration of 200, and set it to relative. Let's say hover, border, neutral, 500. And then in this one, because there's no preview, I want to show the FI upload icon that we've already imported. We'll give it a class name with the text of neutral 600. We'll set the text size to 2XL and give it a little margin bottom of 2. Click save. There we go. And there we go. We see it on screen because we don't have, I'm going to make this a little darker, because we don't have a preview in place. Hence the reason we're seeing this icon. There we go. And then underneath this, I'll add a p tag of click to upload a image. And we'll give this a little bit of styling. Class name of text small. Text will be gray 500. Actually, we'll make it neutral 500. That looks pretty good. Okay. And then if there is a image, we need to care for that next. So in this portion, I'll just say class name of relative. 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 There we go. Margin top of 4. And then inside of this, we'll pass in a image tag with a src of preview. Remember, that's the state variable we created. We'll give it a alt of preview. Class name with a width of full, rounded of large. Click save. And then we'll add a button. And this is going to be MD close. Class name with a text of large. And then now let's style this button. We'll set the type to button just to make sure. Give it a class name of absolute. Actually, you know what? Let's just test this out. I'm going to test this out. But it won't work just yet because I don't have I need to pass an onChange handler to this and an input. So we'll go input. We'll set the ID of this as the image URL because that's what it will be. The name of it will be the image URL. The type will be a file, just to make sure we only get a file. And we are only going to accept a image. We'll set the class name to absolute. Inset 0. Opacity is 0. And we'll set the cursor pointer. And then most importantly, it's going to need this onChange handler. And it's going to accept the handle input change function. Click save. I think I can hide this one. I need to pass in the on image change. So I'll go ahead and do that now so that we can get rid of this error and I can see this X button come to life over here just to make sure that everything is flowing through properly. So in the postform.tsx, you'll notice that we are getting a error message. And the reason we're getting this error message is because we're supposed to be passing something to this particular component. And what we should be passing to it is a on image change handler. So we'll say on image change, and then this is going to be set image because that is what we have listed here. So now if we click save, you see the error message went away. I'm gonna refresh this. Okay. And we'll add an image. No error. And we see the X down at the bottom. But what I want is for it to be at the top. So for this button, we'll pass in absolute. And we'll set the position to top 2. Notice it there. We'll set it to right 2. Perfect. And let's give it a background color of red, 500. Text of white, padding of 1. We'll say rounded full. Transition. Transition. Is it transition all? Yep. And then we'll go duration of 200. And then on hover, we'll set the background to red 400 and just that one. There we go. And so now if we click this, oh, need to pass in the on click there. So we'll say on click. This is going to be handle remove image. There we go. So another picture. There we go. There we go. All right. And then now, last but not least, in the event we get a error message, I just want to be able to show that to the user. So we'll say error and with a p tag. Pass in a class name with text of small, and we'll set the text to red 500 to work. Perfect. Let's go ahead and click save. Close this out. And then now with so with that, we can go ahead and update back into postform.tsx. We can go ahead and pass in the initial preview. And then this is going to be initial data. If we get initial data, the image preview. And then we'll also pass in any errors that we get. This is going to be, of course, from Zod. And we'll say image, or excuse me, error with a question mark because we may not get one. Image URL with a question mark, dot, and then the 0 for the first array, because you technically can pass in multiple images, but for this project, for simplicity purposes, we're only going to pass in the 1. So now that cares for the image upload. Now let's take care of the title and description. Those will be a little easier and more straightforward. So we'll add another div outside of that closing div, and we'll give it a class name with a column span of 1. And we're going to pass in the title, and then we're going to pass in the description. And we actually can go ahead and underneath this div, we'll add one more div for submit button. Click save. So now we see this information on screen. So the first thing I want to do is set up the title form. So inside of the components directory, inside of form, let's create a file named title form.tsx. This is going to be a simple form that will give us the ability to create a title, and it'll also capture an existing title and allow us to update it. It's not going to have any client-side activity, so we can just use the RAFCE snippet to create a export of title form. And inside, we can actually close out the image upload and upload post. Inside of the column, we can add title form. And give it a closing tag. And for this one, we can go ahead and pass it in. We'll need to create. It's going to be initial INITIAL data. It's going to be either the title, which is going to be initial data dot title, or it will be a empty string, which will represent the new portion of the form because there's no title created. And then we can also potentially get an error. ROR. And then this will be error with a question mark dot title. 0. Click save. And I know we'll probably get an error because we don't have those props created just yet. But we'll go back to we'll go to the title form, and we'll go ahead and add those now. So of course, the interface is going to be title form props. And we can pass in initial INITIAL data. And we may not get that, so we'll need to include the question mark. And this could be the title, which will be a string. And then outside of the initial data object, we could also get a error message. So we'll say error with a question mark, and this will be error string. Perfect. So now we'll update the title form, be react.fc, and this is going to be title form props. And then we could pass in the initial data or a error. It's perfect. Click save. Too many R's on error. There we go. Now we have removed the error, so we are ready to bring in a little bit of functionality. We'll give it a class name, the first div, with a margin bottom of 6. We'll add a label, LABEL, title. Inside of this label, we'll give it a class name of block. Text will be large. The font is medium. And we'll say text neutral 700. Margin bottom of 2. Perfect. And then underneath the label, we're going to add a input. We'll give it a placeholder of title, the post. Make this a capital P. There we go. We see that listed there. And to style it a little bit, we give it a class name. Actually, let's add the real stuff first. So we'll say name of title, ID of title. The default value is going to be initial data with a question mark dot title, or it'll be an empty string. Now we'll give it a class name, and this will need to be dynamic. So we'll give it a width. We'll pass in temporal literals, but we'll give it a width of full. We'll say resize of none. We'll set the text to, we'll go large, it's fine. Border. And now we'll need to pass in a little bit of dynamic JavaScript. So if there is a error, we want the border to be red 500 or make it 400, or we want the border to be neutral 200. And then outside of that dynamic code, just go ahead and add the placeholder, to be neutral 600. We'll set the text to neutral 800. Focus ring 0, and the focus outline none. And give it a pattern bottom. That looks a little better. I don't like how dark that border is. Say border neutral 200, rounded. Let's go large. That works. That works. That works. That works. And on a large screen, that's what we get. That's perfect. Okay. So that cares for, let me see, the title form. Nope, let's add, in the event we get an error. So underneath the input, we'll say error and give it a p tag, pass in error, the class name of text small, and we'll make the text red 500, margin top of 2. Perfect. So now we just need to create the description form. It's going to be very similar to this, except for it's going to use a text area instead of the input. So I'm actually just going to copy this code, close out the form. And then underneath the title form, this is where we want to place the description form. So it's within the div. So inside of the components directory, inside of form, we'll add a file named description form.tsx. And we actually can just copy this in. And I'm going to make a few changes. So instead of it saying title, we'll say description. And instead of title there, we'll say description. Yep. All of that looks good. So we'll change the form name to description. Okay, description form, and with the label, we'll change it to description. And we'll change this to description. And change the ID to description. The initial data, instead of it saying title, we'll say description. And instead of this input, we'll change this to a text area. We'll give it rows of 4. And we'll go ahead and bring it in now. Save it. Description form. We can actually use this exact same code, paste it in, and this is going to be description. All right, so now we're getting a little error right here. Perfect. So that cares for, let me make sure we don't have any more titles. Nope. All right. So last but not least, now that we have the title, description, we just need the submit button. And to see what it looks like, this is what it looks like on large view. Here's what it looks like on a regular mobile view. So within the form or components directory inside of the forms folder, add a file named submit btn.tsx. And this here we're going to create the reusable submit button that we can use within the submit or update. We just need to do a little bit of conditional rendering. So let's go ahead and take care of that now. So at the top, we'll start by marking this file as use client. Then we'll bring in use form status. That's going to come from React DOM. And we'll also need the CLSX package so that we can dynamically pass in some class names. So in the terminal, type in npm CLSX and press enter. And while it is installing, we'll just go ahead and import it. CLSX from CLSX. And we'll create a submit btn export component. Submit btn. At the top, or slightly above it, I should say, we'll go ahead and set the interface. And this is going to be submit btn props. We know we'll need a label, which will be a string, and we'll also pass in disabled. And this will be either true or false. Yeah. Update the btn. We'll say react.fc. Submit props. Yep. We're going to pass in the label and disabled. And all we need to pass in before the return statement, we just want to destructure pending from the, actually, let's do it like this so we can see it. We'll say from, or set this equal to use form status. And then what we want to capture from it is pending. There's a few different states, but we just want pending. And then inside of the return statement, we actually can remove this div and not replace it with another div, but replace it with a button. First thing I want to do is add a label. And we'll also need to set the styling of it too. So we'll say inside the button, if it is label, if the label is equal to create, then what we want to do is we want to show one thing, else we want to show something else. So at the bottom, we're going to pass some fragments into both. So if it is showing create, what we want to show to the user is if it is pending. So if it is showing create and it is in a pending state, then what we want to show is one moment we're creating a post. And what does it say? One moment creating post. Or because it is, we passed in create, we just want to show create post. Otherwise, what we want to show is one moment updating post. And then we'll just call this update post. So if it is create, we want to show create post. Otherwise, we're going to show update post. And if it is in a pending state and create, we're going to say one moment creating post. Otherwise, we're going to say one moment updating post. Perfect. So now I just want to add a little bit of styling to this button. So inside of the button, we'll give it a class name and we're going to pass the brackets because we need to dynamically display data. And we'll say CLSX. So the initial state, we're going to set the background to neutral 700, set the text to white, the font to medium, padding on the X of 6, say text base, and this is just setting the text. Padding on the Y, we'll make it 2.5, or we could have went 3. We'll say rounded of large, and on hover, we'll set the background to neutral 500. Now, when we click the submit button, or the state is pending, I should say, we want the opacity to be 50. And we'll say cursor, there should be a progress. Yep. Otherwise, pending is going to be disabled. Otherwise, it's in a pending state or it's going to show disabled. So now all we need to do in order to confirm that this is working as designed is import this submit button into the form and pass in the prop of either create or to show something else. So inside of the post form, I'm going to bring in the submit btn and we'll close it. We know we need to pass a label. And the way this label is going to work is if there's a post ID, we're going to show update. Otherwise, we're going to show create. And then we want to disable the loading state. Click save. Okay. So here, let's test it out. So we'll click on the image preview to upload an image. And here we have an image and we'll add a title. We'll say first test. Testing description first post. And if this worked, we should be redirected. And it should be a new post in the database. So we'll click create post. We get the pending state. And we did not get redirected. So let's see what's in the console. Post created, input page / new. So let's see something here. Oh, it helps if you add the / there. So let me check and see that it actually create the post. Let's go to localhost 5000 or 555, I should say. It's not 5000. So we see that it has a new post there. Let's try this. I'm going to remove this one. We'll add a second post with a different image, and we'll just name this second test. Click create. It's creating. It redirected. If we refresh our database, we actually have 2 posts there. So that's perfect. That means it is working as designed. Let's test out the ability to update a post. And we'll need to do a little bit more in order to bring that in because we don't have that route created. So let's do this. We're going to make this route post /ID. So inside of the app directory, let's create a new folder named post, which is going to represent the post route. And then inside of it, let's add a dynamic route, which you create a dynamic route by adding or just enclosing whatever with brackets. And we're going to enclose the ID with brackets. And then inside of ID, let's add a file named page.tsx. We'll use the RAFCE snippet to create a functional component. And we'll just name this single post page. Mark this as async because this is going to be a server-side page. And we'll be passing some information to this so that we can see the individual post. What we'll be passing or we need to use is params. And we'll be passing or gathering or destructuring the ID from params, and it will be a string. That should be in brackets. Hold on, I got something off here. Let me try this again. I'm going to pass in params. So this is going to be params. And we'll say params ID string. There we go. And we'll need to destructure the ID. And it will be coming from params. And we'll also need to get the post by ID. So we'll say const post is equal to await. And we can remember, you can import this function by saying get post. And then we'll just go down to the get post by ID. And what we'll be passing in is the ID. We'll do some validation. If no post, and we want to redirect the user to the home page. Now, just to make sure that this is working properly, we can style it a little bit first. We'll add another div and give this a class name of margin to auto, max width screen of extra large. We'll go padding on the X of 4, padding on the Y of 6, and set the width to full. And then inside of this div, we'll add another div and we'll set the class name to flex, the direction to column, and give it a gap of 4. And here we'll bring in the heading text. I'll set the class name to text left. And then we'll say title, I think it is, of update post page, and subtitle of here you can view and modify your post. And then if this works properly, what we should be able to do is bring in that post form. And then we can bring in a few things. We'll say initial data. It's going to be title. This is going to be post.title. The description is going to be post.description. And the image URL is going to be post.image URL. And then outside of the post form, we'll need to pass in the post ID. And that's going to be post.id. And then we need to give it a user email. This can be post.user email. This is fine because the way we're going to care for it, we'll care for it on the actual card itself. So now let's test this out. Go ahead and click save, and we'll go to the Prisma Studio to copy a ID. And we haven't actually created the link to redirect us here. We're just going to manually type it in. So in a separate window, go to localhost 3000/post and just post in the ID that you just copied from the Prisma Studio. Uh-oh, let me add a slash. There we go. There we go. So we see the animations, of course, but more importantly, we see the new or the current existing image, the title and description. So I'm just going to adjust this, say updated first post. Updated breaking news. And I'm just going to change this one from the orange one. I think the second one. There we go. Click update and make sure this should redirect us back to the home page. Let's make sure. Yep. If all goes well. So we'll click update post. It's perfect. So now to test that out, let's do this. There we go. We see it is updated. Now I want to add the ability to delete the post from this particular view. So we can do that now. Let's create the, I don't think I've created the backend API for it. So let's do that first. We'll go to the lib directory, actions, and create a file named delete post.ts. Go ahead and mark this file as use server, as it will be server side rendered. We'll need Prisma. We can actually just grab this from, we'll need Prisma, revalidate and redirect, I think. Yep. So we'll just copy that and paste it in for delete post and create an export const named delete post and set it equal to async post ID is what we'll be sending it. And that will be a string. We'll need a try catch block. First thing we want to do is capture the current or the existing post. So we'll say existing post is equal to await Prisma dot post dot find unique. And it'll be looking where the ID is equal to the post ID. And we'll say if there is no existing post, then we'll just return a message to the user, post not found. And then to keep this extra simple, we'll just say await Prisma dot post dot delete. Yep. And we want to delete where the ID is equal to the post ID. And then inside of the catch, we'll just go console.log error. And then we'll go revalidate path, redirect. There we go. So now we just need to add this button onto add the button and give the user the ability to delete the post. So I think what I'll do is create a separate button and we could pass it in because now that I'm thinking about it, this may have some client side activity. So we'll say delete btn.tsx. We'll mark this as use client. Use the RAFC snippet and go delete btn. And this particular file will need to bring in toast because we want to let the user know that there has been or that it was successfully done. We'll need a trash can, of course. I'll use the FA trash can just to change it up a little bit. Last but certainly not least, and probably the star of the show, we need to bring in that delete post function that we created, which is from @lib/actions. Perfect. So we'll update the interface and say delete btn props. And all we're going to pass into this is a post ID, which is going to be a string. And then we'll go react.fc, go delete btn props, and we're passing in the post ID. And to keep it simple, we'll just create a simple handle delete function. Of course, it is asynchronous. We'll add a try catch for it. It's not going to require much. Try catch. There we go. And we'll just say await delete post, pass in the post ID. And we'll just say toast.success, post on bye-bye. If we get an error, just console.log it. Okay. And then in the returns, actually, we just get rid of this. Return statement, replace that div with a button. And it is going to be a FA trash icon. The main thing is we pass this on click handler to handle the handle delete function. And just to give it some class name, some styling, we'll give it a background of red 500, set the text to white, padding on the X of 4, on the Y of 2, and we'll say flex item centered, give it a gap of 2. On hover, we'll set the background to red 800, and we'll say transition. Oh, there we go. And then right here, we'll say delete post. And I think where I want to bring this in at is on the individual post page. So, and we'll add front end capability to this in a moment, but let's just get something on screen. There we go. It's already up. All right. So we have this right here. I want to put this button on the actual individual post page. That way, if you click on this link, you'll have the ability to edit the post from this page, and you can also delete it. And we're not going to do anything fancy with it. I'm just going to import this button right down, not on this one, of course. Go to the single post page where we have the form, and outside of that outside of the div that is holding the heading text in the form, let's try to, you know what? Actually, let's put it inside of this div just to be. We can try it out. We can always move it. We'll go with, I'm not 100% sure where this one will go. Let's go delete btn. Yep. And then we'll pass a post ID, and it is going to be post.id. Click save. And refresh the page to see if we can see it on screen here. There it is right there. So let's just make that look a little, change the position. Well, I don't like that one either. What if we brought it down to here? Nope. Let's change that styling up a little bit. It doesn't look that visually appealing. Let me go rounded, large, margin top 2. All right, so there's the delete button. We'll refresh it. And I'll probably the most important thing is just make sure the thing works. So we should get a toast notification and get redirected. So I'll wait till it finishes loading, click delete. We didn't get the notification, but it did redirect us. And if I go into Prisma, okay, I don't see it. So that took care of that. Now the next thing we'll need to do is care for the ability to get all posts, which is the last step in getting this Crud functionality 100% updated. So we'll do that now. All right. So last thing we need to do is just have the ability to see or get all posts on screen. So let's go ahead and create the server action for that now, or the ability to do so now. In the lib directory inside of action, create a file named get all post.ts. Excuse me. We'll mark this as a server component. So we'll give it the use server directive, import Prisma. This is going to come from, it should be dot dot slash, yep, dot dot slash Prisma. And we'll create an export const named get all post. And it will be asynchronous. You don't have to pass anything into this one. And we'll just add a try catch block and say const post is equal to await post dot find many. I'm sorry. Await Prisma dot post dot find many. Yep. We want to be sure to include the user. And we'll say select. We want to get the email, set that to true. The image, and we'll set that to true as well. And then we'll say order by descending so that the latest is at the forefront. And then we'll just return post. If we get an error, which we shouldn't, but if we did, we'll say console.log error. Error getting post. Close this out. We can close this out as well. Close out the individual page, the form, the new post page. So now we just want to go to our root layout, which is the page.tsx file. And within this file, we want to exercise that function that we just created so that we can at least have a link to all posts. So inside of the main page.tsx that represents the root route, let's update this to be a asynchronous function. So we'll say async default async function home. And then inside of it, we'll add a const named post and set it equal to await get all. And the once you type out all, the first option should be post. And then just to make sure that this is working, we're going to come outside of the div that's holding the hero section and add another div. And we'll give this a class name of grid columns. On small devices, we want 1. We'll go ahead and set the margin to auto and set the max width of the screen to be extra large. We'll set the width to full. On medium devices, we want the grid calls to be 3 with a gap of 6, a little bit of margin top of 4, padding on the X of 4, and on large devices, no padding. Okay. And then now inside of this, let's run a little bit of JavaScript and we'll say if post.length, length is greater than 0. And if it is not, I know we need to care for that too. This one, we'll just return a p tag and say no post available. AILABLE. Class name text center, text neutral 700. And that's if the post.length is greater than 0. Then we'll say post.map post. Sorry, just realized I had that instead of a question mark. Greater than 0. Yep, that looks good. I am tripping. Hold on, let's do this first. Let me make sure this function is working. Post.map post. We'll go post.id. And then we'll go post.title. Oh, and then this needs to care for if there are no posts, if I'm not mistaken. I think that is that. And then we see second test. And if you click on it, you get redirected there. So at the new page, let's just add a new post. Pick one. And we'll say full post with full post. Can get now. First post that with get in place. Key prop. Duh. So inside the link, add a key. We're going to go post.id. Okay, and let's make sure this works. Yep, so you see the two posts listed there. If we click on it, we get redirected. And I'm just going to do updated live. And we see the new title. And there we have it. Boom. So there you have it. A full stack Next.js application using Prisma as the ORM, a Postgres, vercel, Neon database, frame of motion for some animation, and just a few little tips along the way to help with your coding journey. So hope you enjoyed today's video. If you did, feel free to give me a like, consider subscribing. Otherwise, I will see you in the next video. I hope you enjoyed this one. Thank you so much. Take care. Love you, man.